Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's Swift, and we're back with an episode of some Slayer here. We're going to be continuing on, trying to get to 100 tasks in Old School Runescape. We are on, this is the 90th task, and it's interesting because this is back-to-back for streams where I'm fighting the black demons for the first task of the stream. Just a bit of intro and then we'll kind of just continue on with the fighting. But so as far as since yesterday, since the stream, you can see here total level 1568. We got a rune chain body. Nice. Let's see here. See if I can get hit once. Get a little bit more out of the shark. Since yesterday, I got a couple fishing levels. Nothing crazy. We ended up getting the defense level yesterday, so 86. And based on how long it'll take me to train, probably about 3.5 hours, give or take. And then we'll be able to get to 87 defense, which would be kind of huge because we can then just go with strength for a while. Hope everyone is doing well. Just wanted to play some RuneScape here, get on and try to do some tasks here. So one of my short-term goals is to get to the 100 task mark, if you will. One reason for this is I'd like milestones to kind of keep me engaged with the skill. When you're trying to get a higher Slayer level, it can seem a bit daunting when you've got a lot of XP to go towards your next level. We're not going to get 88,000 in an hour, so it's just, what can you do to get more out of the skill besides that? And what I've been finding is that fighting here has actually been pretty good for training. Once you get to a high enough level with your attack, you have a high enough say stab bonus or whichever your bonus is. Obviously, coupling that with the Slayer helmet and piety, right? If you have all that going and you're doing pretty well here, then you can still get like 105,000 XP per hour. Again, this is if you're like level 87 or so. If you're using divines, kind of with the process I mentioned, which is still, I mean, that's still pretty good. Yo, what's up? What's up, Henry? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. You know, it's kind of like deja vu. This was the same task I had to start the stream yesterday. But it is a different day, I promise. It's interesting. I seem to get this task every couple of tasks. You have an option of where you can pay 100 points to extend the task if you want to get to fight more of them. But I'm not doing it yet because I want to level up a little bit more. Yes, thank you very much. I try. Appreciate the like. Just trying to do what I can here, and it's gonna be a bit of a journey to get defense to 87, but I'm committed to it. And the reason is, I figure down the line, the less hits I take in combat at this level, that really can be the difference in winning and losing when you're trying to fight higher level enemies. Oh, well, yeah, like I was saying, yeah, it's interesting. I got this task again, Henry. So this is the second time in like 4 or 5 tasks I got this one. This is a good task, but you need to be a higher level to really capitalize on the opportunity. If you're not as high a level, what'll happen is they just tank. Oh, we got another rune chain body. Nice. Yeah, we got a couple of these now. We got that's about 60k right there in value. And I would say that this task will take about, generally speaking, it can take you about an hour, roughly. I mean, we were at, I think it was 132 to start. But what'll speed up the process, I mean, you can bring a cannon with you. You can bring a cannon with you, but this isn't a multi-combat area, so yeah, I mean, your individual kill will get probably quicker. I make sure to bring the defender, though. I have a dragon defender, so since we're using protect from melee, we're not going to take damage from these, so we can do that. It's definitely a grind for levels. Yeah, it is. Well, it's really, yeah, Slayer can be a grind, but here's the thing: once you get to a certain level, you can start to fight monsters that give pretty decent drops, and sometimes they can give some rare drops that are worth a couple, you know, at least. Like in the case of gargoyles, they can drop in what is that? Granite Mall, and that's like 700k. I'm able to fight them now. I haven't got the task for it yet. So we've been here for 10 minutes and we took out like 27 of them, so I mean, I guess you multiply that by 6. And then that would give you your your hourly rate. So we could do that real quick. So 162 of them. They have 157 health. Okay, so combat XP, I'm getting about 102,000 right now for defense per hour. So we can complete this task in about 50 minutes total. So we've got about 40 minutes to go. And this is assuming that I'm going to be using... I'm going to be able to sustain using potions for the whole duration. But I don't know. I mean, that's going to be close. You know, I only bring 2 sharks, but the reason why I do is because of when you use the divines, they'll take away 10 HP per use, right? I'm just going to kind of move around and fight them in little different areas. There's a ton up here, and I feel like this would be great for like Ice Barrage or Chinchompas or something. Like this would be quite the, like if you can group them all up and you would do some massive damage here. You know? I mean, there's so many of them. And I don't think that they're strong to magic at all. I just fight with melee, but I'm just saying, if someone were to do that, I wonder how viable of a method that would be. I wanted to complete Monkey Madness before the stream because I wanted to be able to get the Dragon Glove. Didn't get to. So yeah, that's my goal here. ASAP, I do want to get an upgrade. I mean, the Rune Gloves, I mean, it is a slight upgrade to the Adamant, but it does make somewhat of a noticeable difference. It's kind of interesting. You get +1s over Adamant. I noticed that I got another +1 to my max hit, which is interesting. I'll take it. It was just enough, too. And sometimes they can drop blood runes, which are pretty decent. Really, if you're gonna get a good drop, it's probably these rune chain bodies. It's kind of nice I got 2 of them. We are currently training some defense here, and I'm trying to balance everything out, and then I want to get to strength. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the next level will take about 4 hours to get if I were to consistently train. It definitely wouldn't be a tonight thing. Well, even the defense, right? We're at about 3-something hours, like 3 hours and I don't know, 10 minutes or something. So I think we've taken out 40 in 15 minutes. And the good thing is, once we're done with this task, we'll be on the 90th one. Well, I mean, we're on the 90th one, but we'll be on a 90 streak. And then we're gonna get some bonus points here. And I don't know offhand what that is, but it'll show it in the log though. So I'd say we're about 35 minutes away from wrapping up this task, and then we're gonna get the next one. Like I was saying, I'm going for 100 tasks. I mean, I see it as like every 50. I kind of, in my mind, I'm like I'm on a new set of like a 50 streak, like just trying to keep building up those points, and then ultimately I'm saving up for a couple things, but mainly I'm thinking I'm going to use my points for storing the task. That's 1,000 points. But I think that that's really useful. And then from there, it'll probably be looking at other options. If there's another task that I want to extend and kind of get to fight more of an enemy, like these, or maybe crafting my own Slayer rings would be useful too. Actually, I think that is probably one of the next things I'll get. So it'd be 300 points. I could get that now, but I want to get the store task first. It's actually been a minute since I've had a blood build task. Oh, we got a Rune medium helm. Nice. There we go. We'll add that to the stash here. So it's interesting with the right now with my specific stats for my setup. If I were to have the Dragonfire shield equipped, because I would get one more strength point for the boost, I would be able to deal 46 for my max hit. But since we're training and just doing tasks, you would lose accuracy. And we're not getting hit because we're using the protector melee. But if you're on a task where you're taking on like metal dragons, say, steel dragons or what have you, then yeah, you're not going to be hitting as often, but when you hit, you can land 46 versus a 45, which isn't much difference per se, but you can hit 45s a little more often though as well. So that is one thing to consider. So far I think we've used I think 8 prayer potions. So 8 for every 1 combat, basically. So at that rate, we'll use up another 8. This will be gone. I think it'll be very, very close. We're probably gonna have a potion left when we're really almost done with this task. And it may not seem like it because there's, 75, but just, it's interesting. Because I'm just using a half a potion right now, right? We just have 73 more to go. We started at 132, so we're getting there. Is that my bro? Legend. What's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for the like. 99. I did get to 76 yesterday. I don't know if you get to see that. We got to 76, and we're about 81k away from 77. Did get a couple decent drops. Probably about 80k value here. we are halfway towards finishing this task now. And tomorrow, if I can work towards getting the Barrow's gloves, that would be great. It would be a noticeable improvement to overall combat, but especially with the accuracy and the damage, because I think it's going to raise max hit by 1 or 2. Going from 45 or 46 to about 48 would be, I mean, that's somewhat of a difference. You're going to be hitting in the 40s a lot more often too. It just means faster kills. And I keep an eye on XP rate. So we're at about 102,000 right now, going against, you know, we're on this task, but for like this task, my pace for, say, defense is 102,000 per hour. But then if you divide that by 3, that's your HP XP per hour. So that's 34,000. And then you would add, you have your Slayer, which it'd probably be about 20-something thousand too. So about 155, 160 total XP. I'd really like to get a gargoyle task, to be honest with you. I'm able to fight them, but I haven't got them as a task yet. I've had to skip wyverns a couple times. Now that I have the Slayer level to take out wyverns, they want to give that to me like every other task. Crazy. I guess it was the nostalgia where I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'd like to fight wyverns. Because I remember back in the day I wanted to. Because it was like a challenge, you know? And then I saw that it was slay 7 wyverns. And I thought, oh, okay, well, given my skills and given my stats and all that, I'm like, well, that should be pretty easy. Well, they're pretty resistant to stab, which is what I use. You'd be better off using a whip against them, or, well, a crush weapon would be ideal. I'm not really much of a crush player. I mean, I know that's in my name, SwiftCrush, but I mean, for like an attack style, I usually go between slash and stab, like on this game. So yeah, they're pretty resistant to stab. I mean, I was hitting them, but it wasn't... I mean, they were pretty... The wyverns are pretty tanky against stab. So yeah, it said 7. It was like, take out 7 of them, but it seemed like I was there for a good while. I didn't really get much Slayer, in the way of Slayer XP. So I'm like, well, should I block this task? But the thing is, part of the reason why I need to do more quests is because to get to the next block, I need to get 200 quest points, and you can see I'm at 159, which, I mean, in 2 months, really isn't bad. Like, this is, I think, pretty solid. I mean, that's like a quest. That's over a quest a day. that I've done. Not the fastest in the world, but at the same time, not only have I been doing X hours of quests, I've also been training a lot of different skills too. And I'd say this has been for 3 weeks or a month where I've been really training Slayer. This skill was level 1, level 9, level 17, etc. Like level 17 for a good week or two, where I was just like, okay. My first task was Cal fights, and I couldn't remember where they were. So I just was stuck on level 17 for a while. And I was getting levels by random things, such as, getting kudos at the museum in order to get enough you get enough kudos, and then you can get the 4,000 Slayer XP from doing that. And that was also, I think I can't remember, it was prayer and something else. Probably like mining, which would make sense. I mean, you can see, not really much of a miner. Although, I was thinking, I'm like, I'm 1,000 away from 51. I might as well just... It's like 30 rocks. I mean, it's alright. I'll just... Later, on my own time, I'll just get 51. I did that with fishing today, actually. It was at 49, and I'm just like, alright. I'll get a couple levels. There are a couple skills that I'm gonna struggle with early here. Rune crafting being one of them. We'll see if I can play that mini game, that Guardians one or whatever, the Rift. Thieving is probably pretty solid once you get past a certain level, but I used to have the patience for it. And that actually, back in the day, like when I first played this game, my thieving level was probably, I think it was in the 50s. So with this character, 43. A lot of that has been driven by quests and XP lamps. So I've just been sticking with Slayer and training combat. Just been really trying to level up here, and through this process, I've noticed that as I've leveled up, all of these skills, but especially like defense, you can see it on the high scores too when you like see where you're at, like where you're ranked on skills. This defense level 86, it's really not as common as like 87 or 88 attack, and you know what I mean? Like my strength, there's still like a million people or so ahead of me with 87. I mean, that's, we're getting close to 90 here, and it's like, oh yeah, a million people have done that already. So, I mean, it's just a fair amount of time has gone by since, this game launched, well, 2013, I like to compete. I mean, that's anytime, any multiplayer or any game, it is interesting to me to see where you end up on the leaderboard with the effort that you put into a game. So that is one of my motivations to go for 87 defense, because it seems like it's the path less traveled by players. But I feel like there's opportunity there, because I feel, you know, you're gonna, in my mind, I'm gonna get hit less often as I go through playing the rest of the game. And given the fact that this set is like 80 mil plus, I think, you know, or at least, I mean, it's at least, let me think. I don't have my shields. Yeah, maybe like 80 something probably. I'm just trying to do the math roughly. But you get what I'm saying, like there was an example the other day where a dragon got a clean hit on me and my anti-fire wore off and I didn't see it in my chat. If it was a steal, I would have died. It would have smoked. But it was a blue, and it didn't hit me, so therefore it didn't do the big damage. Because the attack didn't connect because I was tanking just enough. So that save, that was like an 80 mil save. If you think of it that way. So I'm just trying to think of if I'm able to fight certain bosses. I want to, if I'm squatted up or if I'm teamed up with someone, like I want to be in the fight for as long as possible. So yeah, once we get this defense level, we're going to get another level basically because of the boost. So when you get to 87, you're going to get it to, you know, it'll be 105. So then I can go to strength, and we're just going to go strength for a while. Like, we're going to go probably to 90, and then I'm going to kind of get everything to 90. Right. Have you died yet? It's actually kind of interesting, bro. Early on, like the first day, when I was starting out, it was like the first hour maybe, after the tutorial, because I hadn't played in a while, you know. I was fighting goblins, and I was kind of I was gambling because I just was like fighting, and I had like on stuff or something. And I did die once, yeah. But that was like within the first hour, and since then I haven't. I've had 2 close calls. I tabbed out one time and I got lucky another time. That's why I always bring a tab with me for emergency. Because I'm human, and I may not see that my prayer's drained, or I may not see that my anti-fire's gone, or you know what I mean? So if I have to pivot and get out of a bad situation, I always bring a tab with me. I learned that back when, I don't know if it was you and me that used to go to the Wyverns way back when, but I didn't like to go to those kind of areas without some, like, teleport method. Because even if you've got the best plan, like, oh yeah, I'm going to use this gear and it's going to go well, and, well, that's what happened. I guess what I'm getting at with that is if you disconnect. Like, if you disconnect and you're not able to get back to the spot for 10 minutes, it makes it a bit nerve-wracking because then your time is kind of cut into. That's why, like, in the chat, whenever it says, like server update in whatever time, whenever it says that, like, if they're doing an update and it's, like, 5 minutes to go, I'm like, alright, well, I'm gonna log because, yeah, it says 5 minutes, but it may be unstable for a few minutes, you know? So I'm like, alright. So I'm not gonna fight dragons with, you know, like, if it's, like, in the middle of almost an update. Because then, with my luck, it would be, oh yeah, I'm doing well, and then, oh, I'm lagging, oh, I disconnect and then I get like fireballed. Because I don't know what they would do, like if you've got your prayer on but you disconnect, like what happens? Are you still fighting the dragon? And then on top of that, are they gonna keep aggroing to you when you're AFK because you're DC'd, right? So what does it log you out? You know, I don't know. I always think if like with the power were to go out, see that's part of the reason why I like to finish up these tasks like when I don't have any food, because it's just like, I don't know, it's just maybe superstition, but I'm like, I'd rather just get done with the task and be ready to go than I've got like 50 to go and I don't have any food. I don't have any prayer potions, I don't have anything. At that point I just go ahead and bank and I just, you know, get a resupply. But in this situation, I think we can take out 23 with the quantity of supply we've got, but it's going to be pretty close. Yeah, you just sit there until out of combat. Probably a good idea to get one of those heavy-duty power banks that can support the PC and internet. Well, yeah. I mean, it's been, knock on wood, it's been pretty good lately, so I'm just trying to obviously keep that momentum going. Yeah, that was good questions, good chat, right? Great stuff. Hopefully the rest of the day goes well for you. You'll probably have limited time to say anything, but that was really cool. Just know that we're going to be getting to the 90 streak here, and then I'm going to be trying to get a gargoyle task because I've been looking forward to that for a little while. I'm really hoping that I get one for the stream because it would be nice to get a granite mold. If anything, just as like proof of concept, like, oh yeah, we can do this. We can do this, right, chat? We can do this. And what this is, Training Slayer has kind of reaffirmed for me is just that good old-fashioned inventory management. Given how much time I have, do I have enough time to complete the task with the supply that I've got? Really, that's the biggest question. Can you do so without getting KO? And for a lot of these easy to medium kind of tasks, the answer is usually going to be yes, right? But once you get to more of like your steel dragons, your bosses and stuff like that, you know, that question's going to be, all right, well, I think I'm still pretty good, but if you slip up, well, you just got to be a little more careful. Because there's more on the line, especially with the higher difficulty enemies. We only have, what, 14 more to go. Pretty good. Actually, pretty good showing here thus far, I will say. Yep, so 200 and... just, well, about 290,500 defense left to go. So that'll be great. Looking forward to getting this to 87, like I was saying. I'm excited. I know, defense isn't... It's of the 3 combats, of like your melee combat, it's, I guess, the least enthusiastic to be like about, but I don't know. I think it's, to me, it's still fairly important. I like seeing that I take a 0 and I don't have to use prayer to do it, you know? Because then you can just go into those harder fights and you can trust your ability. You can save your prayer and for when you really need to use your prayer, instead of saving it or using it up on more like your common enemies. Like, you know, like we're having to do here against these, like for this task. But we should be able to finish this task. We've only got 10 more to go. I'm gonna use one more potion here. So in 45 minutes, we took out 122 of them. So yeah, we're on our pace for about 163 per hour, which, yeah, it's about 200,000 XP, or not 200, 160,000 total XP. It would be 102,000, excuse me, 102,000 defense XP, what we're currently getting. So if I were to have this, if I were to get this task again back to back, which isn't going to happen, that would be just under 3 hours of training, and then we would get the level. And then I'm not going to be worried about defense for a while. It's going to be strength and just working on max hit, right? I feel like attack is in a pretty good spot. It seems like we're hitting a lot, so now it's just going to be getting the max hit improved. 12 levels to go, but each one's going to take more and more time. This is going to take probably 4 hours to get. So you're kind of in the longer haul on that. We've got 6 more to go, so we're going to be closing up wrapping up this task. And you see what I had predicted, what I had projected when I was saying, okay, I'm going to complete this task in about 50 minutes, right? So 3 minutes to go, and then we are at the 50-minute mark. So in 3 minutes, can we take out 6 of them? It's 2 per minute. So that's 1. And then I said that we would have 1 potion left. So we've got 1.5 to go. It's gonna be a photo. It's the overnight shift. I'll be in and out probably. Oh, okay. Cool, bro. Nice. Yeah, stop by anytime you can. I'll take an adamant bar. I do like getting these random treasures when you fight, though. Kind of nice. Alright. We've got 3 more to go. We're down to 1 potion, just like I had said at the beginning of the hour. We've got 2 more enemies to take out. And I shouldn't have to use another prayer potion. We're going to let this play out. We've got 1 minute left on the divine. I should be able to make it. Probably could have even saved a sip too, but it's fine. There we go. All right, let's go. So we got 60 points for that, because that was the every 10. It's on every 10 you get 60. Nice, that's cool. Hey, so we're 10 away from 100. Cool. I'm just going to deposit some of this stuff real quick. And then we're going to head back to Varrock. And let's resume the tasks here. I'm still saving up my points. I'd like to get the store task one first, which is 1,000, and then I'm gonna do the ring bling, and then I can craft my own Slayer rings. It would make teleporting here. I mean, I'd go right to where the master's at instead of. I mean, this is still relatively quick, considering. So now that we've wrapped up that last task, we did get 25,000 XP, which that was in 50 minutes. So that was actually not too bad. Hey, we got some cow fights, chat. So we get to use our cannon. Excellent. I'm gonna go get the good old cannon here. Let's see. Okay, so we're probably not gonna need as many divines either. Just gonna bring. And then we're gonna get the cannon here. And I think, let's try 3,000 cannonballs. I think that was roughly what I needed last time. And not that we'll need the food, but I always bring some in case wherever I go. Alright, so that should be it. Let me. So we're going to head over to Al-Kharid. We're going to go to Shante Pass. And what I do when I'm en route, when I go there, I'm just going to step by, get the prayer back real quick. And then we're going to go right across the bridge. I mean, saves you a couple of potion uses, you know? It just takes a few seconds, right? Alright. So let's get to it. This will be good because my range is fairly low. Like, I mean, compared to my other combat stats, right? Ranged is one that I do need to work on. So we should get to level 59 from the task. We might even get to 60. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna wait a second till I get my run up enough. I want to make it to the entrance. We should still be fine. Maybe 10 will be about right. So all right. I'm gonna mute the sound effects because it seemed like that was one thing people like the other day. It seemed like because it's constant like bug sound, you know what I mean, bug sounds. So we got the music, commentary, you know what I mean. Should be enough. You get you get it. Like they're hitting me, right? But basically, you place your cannon kind of in the center here. We're training while we do this. We're also training ranged, which we're about 8K away from 59. And this is good because I do want to I want to at least have ranged, well, a minimum of 60, but I mean, I want to get it to 70. You know what I mean? Like, I want to just keep going every 10 level milestone and just kind of methodically do that. And I figure, well, with the cannon, I may as well, while on a task. I know for obvious reasons you can't make this like auto reload, but it does get a little tedious to reload this every 30. You know, I try to just let it go for a little while. But bombs away. You just see it's just nice seeing this XP just ching ching like money, you know, right here. Well, you're getting Slayer, you're getting ranged, you're getting combat. You know what I mean? We're training 4 skills at one time. And I don't think they're having a very good day. The ones that are in the back of the cave are like the lucky ones. They're lucky just in the sense that they're not getting it's targeted, right? Oh no, the cannon's out of ammo. Oh no. That is the one side, the one downside to using the cannon though, is it kind of distracts you when you're fighting. I feel like you've got to like really kind of like pay attention to it. Like with all this chaos going on screen, I have to like literally barely visibly make out the ammo count of what it's at and just click fire, you know? This is a good way to get your XP for ranged while you're on a task. It's expensive. It's expensive, but once you get the level, I mean, that's one less level you'll have to worry about later. That is one good thing about it. It does really speed up these tasks, though, I will say. What I am curious about is when I get the imbued Slayer helmet, because I think once it's imbued, you're gonna get. Well, I know you get like the magic and the range, accuracy stuff too. I think I read somewhere. I have to double check what I read. Like what your gear is when you're firing the cannon. I think it impacts the accuracy, right? It'd be interesting to see how more accurate it will be with that in mind. But maybe, I don't know. I'd have to see. Maybe it's not a noticeable difference, but just interesting to think about. There's a lot to this game. There's these subtle things that can make a difference. It's just, is it applicable in this situation? And if it is, well, you get more out of your gear and you're going to get better results on the battlefield. We started out, I believe, at 185 of these. We are getting closer to a range level. I think when I started, I was like 9k left to go. And what I do with the cow fights, like what I wait for them to get the poison hit on me so that I don't have to use the anti-poison right away. And then with protect from melee on, I'm not actually going to take damage from this until this timer goes down. So you could just get essentially, instead of 6 minutes for every use, it's like 6 minutes 20 seconds. So I mean, you will extend your time a little bit. I did find that out. Oh, none of them are getting. Can't. Oh, there we go. Finally. But yeah, I do have a greater appreciation for cow fight tasks now. I wasn't able to do this on day one when I first got the task, right? But, you know, 89 tasks later, we're able to do it now. And that's what matters, right? So we're getting fairly close to halfway done here, and it's been, what, 7 minutes? We've been at this for 7 minutes. So actually, if you think about it, this could be really an S tier task, getting cow fights. And I know, so like, in the sense, I mean, they're giving what, 90 Slayer per kill, which isn't gonna be like amazing, but it's the fact that you can train 4 skills at once. Now we got a range level 59. There we go. Moving up in the ranks just a little bit here. I'll take a level. We've got about 61k left to go with Slayer. And then we'll get 77 Slayer. We're surrounded by a mob of these cow fights, and we're just battling our way through this endless cave. mayhem and carnage of the cannon use. My individual hits are going to exceed the cannon, but the cannon can hit all those targets in rotation, where it'll still deal more damage than you. The thing is, though, I mean, it's costly to upkeep that and continue that kind of pace, though. But I did bring enough cannonballs for, at least for the task completion, I know that. Because I think last time I needed roughly 3,000, if I remember correctly. But I was... it seemed like the cannon was missing a lot more on the last task. So this is actually kind of nice. We're doing actually fairly well with the cannon, it seems like. Hitting a lot of, like, 15 pluses. Which is... typically my experience has been a lot of zeros. Because I think I am wondering if your range level does kind of matter a little bit with the cannon. Because now we did gain that level 59, it seems like we're hitting a lot more. I don't know. Hey, that's cool if there is some truth. Because then you would get more out of the cannon as time goes on. Yeah, this is pretty much what I've been doing. Just trying to continue to build up the task streak and also keep trying to train efficiently. Like, as many skills as I can in a short amount of time. And if it means that we get ranged close to 60, great. Because I do want to get to do it. I do want to fight some bosses relatively soon. And to me, ranged and magic are going to be really important in kind of rounding out the character to where I could really be in a position to start fighting bosses. I just got to think of a strategy, what I'm going to do to level up these skills. Given the fact that I like to just train melee a lot. But it's not that I don't like to train those skills. I mean, I do. It's just not as... I don't want to say fun, because it can be fun. It's... I don't know. It kind of just gets out of mind a little bit more. Because with Mage, I tend to AFK, like at the GE. The one combat skill you can actually do that with. I mean, you can AFK at crabs, but what I mean is like at the GE though. Like you can actually do that at like a safe spot. Not that the crabs are going to do anything to you. I'm not saying that. They're one defense, right? Just trying to rack up this XP. We're under 20,000 for ranged level 60 now, so that's good. Not so daunting now. We've got 41 to go. We started out needing to take out 185, and that was 14 minutes ago. So I think we take out about 10 cow fights a minute. I think that's my current pace. 10 cow fights a minute. Alright? So given that they yield 90 XP, so yeah, 900 XP per minute, basically. So whatever that is times 60. 54k. But then that would be your theoretical Slayer XP per hour if you were to just use a cannon at Cal fights for a whole hour. Which, that's, given their XP, I mean, that's significant. If you were able to do this with like the bigger ones, you could almost get 100,000 Slayer XP. You've probably got to have like near max though, to achieve that. Guess that's something to keep in mind. We gotta start luring some of these over here. We're kind of getting away with. We're just kind of chilling. Not on my watch. Yeah, cow fights are really a great. And when I first started out, like I was saying, I was like, well, my first task for Slayer was cow fights, believe it or not. I didn't have a cannon, I didn't, you know what I mean? I was just, like I said, you know, earlier, I didn't even know where the cow fights were. Crazy to think back on it. That was what, 2 months ago? Well, not quite 2 months ago. Probably like 6-7 weeks ago. We have less than a minute to go, and then this task will be done. And this was actually a pretty quick task. So it took like, it'll take like 18 minutes. Like 18 minutes. There we go. We're done. All right. So, okay, we needed about 1,000 cannonballs that time. 1,000 cannonballs. Okay. We picked up the cannon and we are ready to go. We'll have to get our prayer back, but that was pretty quick though. 16,000 something XP in what, 18 minutes? Okay. I don't know which task we're gonna get. So let me just check my GE stuff. Okay, we're gonna sell some stuff. Just take me a second. And then we're gonna get our next task. So earlier from the first task, we got a couple of rune items here. Get some cash for those. I'm not expecting to get too many, but I mean, it is nice to get some while we're fighting. And then if we get the gargoyle task, that'll be great. We'll have a chance to get Granite Mall, albeit an outside chance, but still. it'll be fun just to fight them because I haven't fought them yet on here. I have in RS3, but that was years ago. All right, let's go to get our next task. I got my farm run out of the way, so we're good there. We're good there for like 4 hours yet, so that's fine. And oh, aberrant specters. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's a fine choice. All right, so I can finally use up some of these lobsters just to get my health back here. Clear some bank space, right? All right, so what we're gonna do, we'll just, for sake of time, because we're gonna get a fair amount of Ranars from the specters anyway. All right, let me get everything ready to go. Not that we're gonna need all that, but just in case. And you can fight the specters here right by the Slayer Master too. So we're gonna go southeast. Actually, yeah, we're gonna go around. Maybe it's better to go southwest. Maybe it's a little faster to go this way. You just go past the Hellhounds here, and you just go east. We should still have enough run to make it through. And then probably down here is a good spot. Seems like the fight day. We're at 258k left. And then that'll be 87 defense. So I am looking forward to that. And then I can just switch up to strength. And like I was saying, at least get to, well, I would try to get to 90. And then from there, well, I would go in my typical order of strength, attack, and then defense. I think that's what a lot of people do. Sometimes when I'm on a mission, though, I'll go and I'll stick with one skill for a while. Ooh, we got a rune. So we're gonna, not that we're gonna need the shark. We'll just eat that, and then we'll get the inventory for the full helm. And then you still net about 90k from that. So. There we go. We got our first Ranar drop. Thanks for the like, appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We are fighting some aberrant specters here, and just working on defense right now. The last task I had was we were taking on cow fights, and that was great because I ended up getting 59 on range. This is a good task, though. I mean, maybe not so much with the XP for Slayer, but I mean, just it's if you're looking for a task that is good for drops, though, like for herbs, then these are actually really good. You get a lot of Ranars, and sometimes you get Rune stuff too, like Rune Full Helm, like I did. Just trying to work up defense, and then I'm going to be switching back to strength here once I kind of balance everything out. We just have one more level to go for defense, really, for a while. And then I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to try to get 90 strength. That'll take some time, but we got another Ranar here. And if you save up enough points and you get the herb sack, you can just bring that one item and you can just store all the herbs in there. It'll take up to 30 of each different herb. So, I mean, now that we've gotten to a certain point, I mean, this task is pretty easy. I have Protect from Magic on, Piety. We're running Piety, Protect from Magic, and then this is the gear we're running with right now. As far as the equipment goes, I'm going to be looking to upgrade the gloves here once I can finish those couple quests I need to. Monkey Madness and the recipe for disaster side, like the mini quest, like the side quest. That will get me to Dragon Gloves, and then I'm going to need to finish the last part of Recipe for Disaster, and then that will get me the Barrow's Gloves. I got kind of burned out from doing quests. That was part of it. I mean, 2 or 3 days ago I did do a couple, but I'm just saying, like, quests that are a bit longer to complete. I can't do like back to back to back quests like that. I've got to take time in between. So some people say what they do is they will go part 1 and then they'll bank and then they'll do something else for a little while. Then they'll go part 2. When I'm finishing up a quest, I like to just finish the quest and get it out of the way. I don't like it to be kind of in piece where I'm halfway through. I mean, there are exceptions. Like, that's kind of what I did with Hero's Quest. AFK, but here. Oh, cool, bro. That's awesome. All right. No problem, man. Good to see you. We are just taking out these specters and just doing something a little different. We're on a, you know, a new task. Haven't really been here too long. And we are pretty close to the black hole here. Until the game loads. It's kind of interesting how you would think you've already, I mean, you've been rendered here for a while, but you have to actually move over X tiles for it to trigger. There we go. There we go. Let there be a light. Crazy. So far, don't want to jinx it, but so far, these tasks have been pretty solid for today's stream. So that is a good sign. Now, if we can get a Bloodveld or Gargoyle or then that would be just even better. Because then I'm pretty confident that we'll have a chance, at least with the Gargoyles, to get a good amount of drops that I mean, I'm going to make sure to bring my high alch runes if that's the case. It'll be my first time fighting them on here, like I was saying earlier, so I know what to do. It's just more like seeing it again for the first time. It's been years since I've even in RS3 when I was fighting them there. I do remember the Slayer Tower. I think they're on, what, the 3rd floor? We will look forward to that challenge. In the meantime, we're gonna just focus on this task. Specters, like I'm saying, I guess the scouting report on these would be they attack with magic. They give you 90 XP per kill for Slayer. So it's no different than those Calphite soldiers that we were fighting the task before. The difference is the Calphite task is significantly better for Slayer XP per hour. So if you're going for Slayer XP per hour, this is an alright task. It's okay. Kind of more towards like below average. You know what I mean? It's alright. But I guess the only thing that's kind of the saving grace is you can take out a few of them per minute, which, I don't know, just depends on how you look at it. And then obviously the Calphite would seem to be S tier in my mind, because not only are you getting significant relative to the time it usually takes to train Slayer, significant experience rate per hour, but you're also able, if you bring a cannon, I mean, yeah, that's expensive, yes, but if you can do that, then you're going to train 4 skills at once, which is really for efficiency and just overall leveling up, that's really great. Really made a difference for me in the short time that I have trained that way. It's hard for me to see with all this. Where's the Ranner? I don't know. Oh, here we go. See what I mean? It's like a whole... Anyways. So, yeah. But we are, yeah. Been a pretty solid stream so far. Just trying to, like I said, we're working on defense here. once I get to 87, the reason why I'm waiting for 87 is because with these divine potions, with the boosted stats, we're going to be at the next tier of the range where then we're going to get an extra level for the skill, like when you're as you're training. So we'll be at 105 over 87, which then when I switch to strength from defense, it'll basically be like we are still using defense stance at the same time. So you're basically going to be tankier while you're hitting harder. You're hitting more of your higher max hit potential, and that should mean better XP rate per hour, while maybe saving some cost on using prayer if you use 2 prayers in one go, like I do. So that could be something. Really not a bad start here. And one thing you can do when you start a task, you can, like with like the Slayer Master as per usual, or you can check via your Slayer helmet. It's kind of good to get it noted somewhere how many you start with, and then once you're done, you can gauge by how many potion uses you've got to where you know how long you've been on task. And then that can give you an idea of, okay, well, this is how effective I am fighting this enemy for this amount of time. And then you can kind of go from there of, okay, well, this is a task I want to continue to select, or this is one that, not really for me. To me, these are an acceptable task because of all the Ranars you get. It is kind of fun getting these. And see, yeah, you can bring a cannon with you. That's what this player is doing. But you see, from my perspective, the cannon isn't shooting any targets, so I almost feel like it's kind of a waste to bring it. Unless he's not hitting fire. Hey, we got another Ranar. Yeah, if you're not in multi. Yeah, if you're not in multi, right. Right. Because you only get so much inventory, and if 5 of your slots are tied to the cannon plus the ammo. Oh, we got a Snapdragon Seed. What is that? Hey, where are you? Oh, that's cool. I do like that they tell you get a valuable drop. 41k. I was not expecting that, but you can get those kind of drops fighting these because they give seeds and they give herb drops. It is possible, and if you can take out like 200 and something of these per hour, I mean, you do have an outside chance to get one of these like every hour. A lot of players, I think, they skip Hellhounds or they bring a cannon with them just to get it over with faster. I mean, that is something to consider because they don't really drop anything. They just drop ashes. If you have an ash sanctifier, that's one thing, but even then, it's just. I think you have to complete one of the elite diaries where you would get the full XP for it. You know, every one that is used in that way. So until you get to that point, it's just like, well, I think we got 2 Ranars from 1 drop right there. Pretty interesting. Yeah, I can see it's like 11K. Keep all my gear. Oh, here's another Ranar. So we're not gonna be picking up all of them, although I guess you could argue I'm not even gonna need food while I'm here, so. I could just eat a shark, take a Ranar. And we've got 2 more sitting. If I can use the last sip of this potion in time, I'll be able to get the next one. And we got another one anyway. So that's cool. So yeah, if you get a Spectre task, I mean honestly, they are really good for dropping Ranars. Whatever it says in their drop table for their rate, it just seems like it's very frequent. Like it's almost like a common to me. And it's almost 6K. So I'll take that. I think that's actually pretty cool. See what I mean? We got another one. It's basically like the Guam leaf of their drop table. Just times like 15. 15x multiplier. Just because of the value. Yeah, right? Yeah. I kind of went back and forth because I have skipped this task once, but then I gave it a try. I'm like, all right. Because I hadn't fought them here in this dungeon area. I actually think they're a little bit. I don't think they're different with the drops. Like I think the Slayer Tower would be the same, like the frequency of getting Ranars, but it's nice to fight them closer to a bank, closer to a Slayer Master that is with a higher combat level. It just seems like you get until you can get the Moritana. Like, until you can get that achievement diary, the hard or the elite completed, where you get the extra Slayer Tower XP, fighting him here is pretty good, I would think. Yep, see, we got another Ranar. And sometimes they'll drop 2 of an herb too, so you can luck out and you can actually get 2 Ranars from 1. We will pick this one up. Keep adding it to what we've got here. And then we've got 8 of them so far. I think 2 or so. I missed collecting 2 of them. And this is, honestly, this is in what? 24 minutes? So you could at least double that. And you probably would get at least 10 more. with the potential to get another rune helm or a good seed you can sell for a lot of cash. Yeah, I mean, I just fight him here, and if it's 4 per minute that we take out, or 5 per minute, or whatever that number is, that's technically how many herbs you could get a minute, really. If you have the herb sack, then like I was saying, you could really just take any of these. I mean, yeah, it'll take you extra clicks, but if you want to get the most out of that item, then yeah, you could definitely do that, especially with fighting these. That new RS is fun. Got to play a little with Brandon. He couldn't play because his mouse conveniently broke the only time we both had to play for a little. Oh. I haven't really seen him on here either. So maybe that's kind of a bummer though. He did he tell you he got 99 woodcutting? Brandon did. I definitely respect that. My woodcutting is amazing. And by amazing, I mean not amazing. 57, hey. But I haven't actually really put too many hours, to be fair. If I wanted to, I could get 60 and kind of be alright. And I'm like, alright, because it would be same with fire making. I did... He's been really busy working OT too. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I understand. He didn't last I saw. He was 100k away. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, that's his. I believe that's his first 99. Yeah. Woodcutting is so easy though. You can watch movies. Yeah. Yeah, but think of, how many movies though? How much AFKing that had to be? Hundreds of hours, right? Yeah. Of the skills in that class, like say fishing and mining and all that, I would definitely pick wood cutting over any of them to put my time to. Because at least with that, for some reason, if I'm say like chopping a maple or something, I'm like, okay, this is interesting, all right. And yeah, you've done it 100 times, but I'm like, all right, we're just chill. But with mining, you got to do like the shift click and power drop, and I'm like, I can't do that for 10 hours and hours, and I can do that a couple inventories. Like, all right, I get it, but with wood cutting, you can fletch and just make all, and then you can bank, right? So it just, to me, it is a little bit easier to level up anyway. Yeah, like full movies. I think for me, I would go with trying to AFK like magic over woodcutting though, because I'm really trying to work on my combat skills first, and then the other skills, whatever I need for quests or whatever I need for achievements, and then besides that, yeah, any 99 is cool, but 99 is probably my first one's probably going to be farming. You would agree. farming is far and away my best skill right now, and I wasn't, like I was saying on other streams, I wasn't really expecting 88 farming. I'm not much of a farmer. Like, I'm not much, like, I got the route down, and I've just been consistent with it every day. Every day, doing the farm runs. I miss farm runs, but I try to mitigate that. Because you're going to miss some, right? But, you know, if you miss one, you miss two, whatever. But I just try to train as often as possible, even still. And once you get this 99 out of the way, it's one less skill you got to pay for over time. And you can actually get some of your money back, because I was doing the math. If you plant all the papaya trees, and then you just do that once a day, like you just do a 10-minute farm run once a day, you can get, oh wow, we got a lava battle. You can get like 100K a day from papayas. And if you do that in a month, that's what, 3 mil? You'll get your money back over time for training farming, and then it's kind of like a free 99. It just takes patience and time. And once you can do that, you're golden. Because when I started out, I was like, well, man, you know, this is going to take a while. And I kind of dreaded it because, you know, I wasn't sure how to start farming. But then it kind of grew on me because I got the route down. It just comes down to having enough gold to sustain buying a lot of the supplies. You don't have to start with, like, I'm not using, like, I'm not planting the magic trees anyway, even at my level. I'm planting you or like the papaya ones. I'm not, you don't have to spend so much money. You can just kind of go for what makes sense. You'll still get there to 99. It might take a little longer. As long as you stick with it every day. That's what I've been trying to do with Slayer, though. See, when I started out today, I think it was like 90-something thousand. And now we're at about 41,000 to go. And I've just been talking on stream. I've been just trying to stay active and stay busy. And before we knew it, we got like 50,000 XP. And if you can just keep that up and try to get the most out of your time, then you can get to 77. Really, the big deal here is we're getting somewhat closer to a defense level. 87 will be a big deal. Because what I do is I check the high scores and I get an idea of how many players are around my level. When I see that there's a big drop and a big difference from like the 87 strength and 87 defense, I kind of know, I'm like, okay, well, I'm kind of doing something that not as many players are doing. They'll train their strength really high, but then they don't really train their defense. I kind of want to just try a different path and just see if that works for me. You know? Maybe I'll end up being like a tank kind of player when we go to raids or something. Maybe that'll be what I excel at. But I want to get at least the level to where I could attempt it. And if it doesn't work out, then maybe I try another approach. At least that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. So yeah, we're going for 87 defense, and then as a byproduct of that, we're also going to be we're just a couple hours away here from 87 HP. And then we're working on Slayer 77 as well. Really not too far away from 77, which I'm kind of surprised. And if we get another cow fight task, then I could get to 60 range, which would be that would be nice. Because then I would have all my combat stats at least 60 and above. And then it would just be getting ranged to 70, and then they'll all be 70 and above, you know? Trying to methodically just, you know, one at a time, just keep working towards that. It's been pretty fun so far, honestly. It's been a good stream. Thanks everyone for stopping by, you know. Pretty good. Oh, okay. You downloaded the new Oblivion, but you haven't got to play yet. So excited. Oh, yeah. No, that's exciting. Hey, I'm excited for you. You'll be able to play, and I don't think I'll be able to play, but I want you to have fun playing. Because that was a game that I really enjoyed to play. That was a game, yeah, that was a lot of fun. What's interesting with that, bro, is with you know how we've talked about Sky Oblivion before, I believe. The thing about that is it's interesting how they kind of just quietly released this remaster with Sky Oblivion that's kind of close to being dropped by yeah, I don't know what date. It's interesting, the timing. Like they didn't really say anything about it, and then they just, I read an article, like I seen that in an article, and it just kind of like, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, it's well overdue. Someone left a comment. They said like, "Oh hey, well, this will keep people entertained for the next 10 years until we make the next one." I actually thought that was pretty funny. It's kind of true though. I mean, you can't blame them for saying that. We did go a while without anything with Oblivion, right? I mean, you have Skyrim and all that. But Oblivion's a classic. Sky Oblivion doesn't have a date. Kind of sucks, but I think people can enjoy both. Oh yeah, they can enjoy both, but I think it's just the extra bit of emphasis of like, hey, we're gonna get our game out first, you know. We're not gonna be one-upped here. They are rumoring a Fallout 3 remaster too. Oh, I know a lot of people would get that. A lot of people would get that too. See, the thing, like, for me, they don't have to, like, remaster New Vegas, right? They don't have to remaster the graphics, per se. What I would like to see, if I could, which wouldn't happen, but if I could, it would just be, like, your render distance, like, whatever, like, more like the modern render is. It just seems like it's kind of limited. Well, they did what they could at the time, right? But you shore that up, and then like some like assets where like you can like see through the rock wall, and certain things I guess they could clean up, and I'd be okay. Like maybe they add a little bit more content, whatever. It wouldn't have to be super HD for me, but I'm only one person, and I don't want to speak. That would be one of the only games I'd be able to play though because of the graphics. I have to keep that in mind. If it's too intense, I can't. That's why I kind of want to playing Old School Runescape. But I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with this game though. Been great here. We just finished that task, and actually that was perfect timing because let's see, that was about 40 minutes for 160 something, 166 of those. Pretty good. And then since we're right here, pretty close to the Slayer Master, we're just going to get another task. And we will see where we're going to go next. Oh, we're going to stay in the same place, looks like. Fire Giants. Okay. Alright, that's fine. I guess we'll fight some Fire Giants. There's something I wanted to test with them anyways. So I'm just going to bank this stuff real quick because we did get a fair amount of ranars for ABC reason. We'll bank those, and then let's continue on here. And then again, like I may not even need most of this, but just in case, I bring a little bit of food. Oh, that wasn't bad. Okay. And then we're just gonna resume what we were doing. And then we are 8 tasks away from 100. So we've gotten actually a fairly bit closer. I've been pretty content with the tasks we've gotten so far. We're gonna take out some fire giants, and what's cool, like I was saying with these tasks, is they're back to back, but it's in the same dungeon, the same area. We'll just continue on here. And I was trying to think, if you put a cannon if you put a cannon right there, you might be able to reach these ones too. But it's not multi-combat. That's the only thing. That's the only bummer. Can't wait for some YouTube content from you, money-making guides, and possibly merching. Oh yeah, that's awesome to hear. Hey, anyone that like to, any tip, any trick, I'm more than happy to share what I know. I don't want it to be like I have a monopoly on, you know what I mean? Like, if anyone has a question or anything, I'm always down. And like with me, I've kind of stayed in the same game world just because I see it as trying to like build off of like the last day and keep momentum going. Just keep saying, yeah, it's all the same in the different worlds, but I mean, I get used to the ping. Like, I play a bit behind. I actually lag a little bit on the server for this world, but it's been a good world overall. There's fairly been a lot of good players that have just been pretty chill, so I actually like this world. It's 360. Yeah, that's good to hear though. I do have a plan, like I do have an idea for video. So, couple videos. One would just be like I do the Slayer streams, but I mean, it would be like a shortened, like a 6 minute, like a video of, for example, fighting steel dragons and actually really showing the sequences where I think, okay, this was the turning point in this task. Like, this is what really made it, whether it be good for the money or good for XP or whatever the case might be. I can kind of show, all right, this is where you kind of want to be, and then you can really do well. And again, I'm still focusing on certain skills. Like a how-to task for them? Oh, do you mean with like the Slayer tasks, are you asking? Or do you mean with like money making? I don't know. Which part you meant? I have a different strategy in mind when I go against steel dragons versus, say, fire giants. Against the fire giants, I'm at a point where I just bring the defender now for the extra accuracy, so I know I'm pretty much guaranteed hitting them every time. But against the steel dragon, I still think you got to have your dragon fire shield to keep it. They're going to keep you honest. Like, you still need to defend against them. I don't want to bring an expensive set and then get like 40 bound because they can, you know what I mean? Like, you could use super anti-fire, but I mean, if you really want to save on your cost. Oh yeah. Let me see what you said. Your video would be a how-to for the Slayer task. Oh yeah. Right. Steel dragons. Right. So yeah. So steel dragons. That's an enemy that I wanted to get a task for a long time, like years, to where I had the skill, the high enough combat stats to actually take them on. Because before, it would just be, oh yeah, that'd be fun to fight those. That's an interesting challenge. But I mean, I would be in like the 70s, and it would just be more of like an outside chance, like, all right, well, I'm kind of struggling with the bronze ones, so I don't think I would even take out a steel one. Hey, what's going on, Kazaa? How you doing? Welcome. Couple tasks ago, we got to get 59 ranged because I was fighting some cow fights, and they weren't having a good time against the cannon. So, but we were. Just training some defense right now, trying to balance everything out to 87, and then we are going to be working on strength probably till about 90. So that'll be more of like a during the week kind of progression. That is the plan right now. Just trying to get to 100 streak here. We're not that far away now. I think I started the stream at 89, and we've actually been fortunate not to get some of the slower tasks, relatively speaking. Like, yesterday, they wanted to give me the wyverns a couple times. I mean, I was winning the battles, but I mean, you're almost better off using a whip or like a crush weapon against them because they're pretty resistant to stabs. So if you have to go against wyverns, I would use like a crush weapon, it would seem. Or there's other things the wiki said that would be even better, but I don't remember. Like, they do have weaknesses even more than that. It'll say like, oh yeah, you gotta fight 7 skeletal wyverns. I'm like, oh, okay, well that doesn't seem too bad. But then it's like, well, you fight them and it's like, well, there's a reason why you only have to fight 7 of them. The Dragonfire Shield does help, though. It just doesn't prevent the freezing effect. I mean, you gotta actually get the, was that the Ancient Wyvern Shield or something? That would do it. That's like, what, 33 mils? Up to you if you, whoever wants to go for that. I'm just considering blocking that task for now because I would like to get gargoyles and some of these other tasks because I have yet to fight them. We got about 180k left till 87 defense, and like I was saying, we'll be set up for a good while here once we get that going. And as a result of that, we're probably going to be getting HP to 87 as well. So everything's going to be, as far as melee and then HP, 87. So it'll be balanced. And then we're going to go for more of the power play. Just trying to get strength up. At my current pace, it would probably take me 4 hours to get to 88. But once you get to 88, that's one less level you got to worry about. And then you can just keep going from there. We are 33.5k away from Slayer 77. And when I started, I think we were at 100,000 XP to go, something like that, like 96k. We've actually put in a fair amount of work today with getting that XP. That cow fight task that was really good. That cannon, did you guys see that? That cannon blasted this giant all the way here. This is what I was talking about with the line of sight. You see that? Yeah, it's hitting it. That's a well-placed cannon. I actually think if you place the cannon, well, they didn't do that because they're chill. They could have placed it right where I'm clicking, like right there. And you could actually hit everything. Like pretty much. Like if there's a giant over here, if there's a giant over here, you know what I mean? You would hit this one up here and you would hit this one down here. They're narrow lanes, but it would reach across as long as the range, as long as they weren't too far away. But I think even if they're standing there, they're probably still going to get hit with it. I'm always down for those cow fight tasks, though, like I was saying, because then the next task we would get to 60 range, which is important too. I would like to get a minimum of 70 range, to be honest. I'll take any level, but I'm just saying as like a minimum, like a minimum for me, where I'm kind of like happy for a little while. I'd be like, all right, if I get 70, at least everything is 70 and above. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, all right. I mean, you got to start somewhere and at least getting it to 60 is a start. And then I would like to sometime get my prayer to 72. Again, that's lower priority though. if I were to get to 72, you just get a little bit more out of your potions when you're using them. It's not going to be like the ultimate, but I mean, it would help. Any improvement, even if it's subtle, I mean, anything, you'll take an improvement, because it can go a long way, especially if you're training for hours. Like if you're, you're like what I do is I use potions a lot during my tasks, so it's just for resourcefulness and everything. It'd be just a bit of an upgrade there. But again, like I said, it's low priority because I want to get ranged up first, you know. Hey, what's going on, Cade? Welcome to the stream, Cade. What Slayer Master are you using? So, right now I am training under Neve outside, so, the Gnome Stronghold area. And I'm actually in the cave that is right by the Slayer Master. So I've just been, actually, the past 2 tasks, I've been just fighting in here, to be honest with you. Actually, no, I think it's 3 tasks in a row I've been in this dungeon, because it was Aberrant Spectres, it was Spectres, Giants, and I'm trying to remember the third one. Or maybe it was 2, but it was at least 2. Right? We've been here for a little while. And then it would be fitting if I got Hellhounds, which I wouldn't be as ecstatic about, but at least it would be by a bang. Is this your main? Yeah, hey, what's up there? What's up there? What's up, Jar? How you doing? This is my main, yeah. This is my main. So I have been playing, believe it or not, actually, this is maybe a bit of a surprise, but I've been playing for about 7 weeks now. These are my current skill stats right now. Like I was saying before, kind of surprised about farming because I wasn't expecting to be near 90 now. That's a good question, yeah. But yeah, this is the main, and I'm just trying to gain a defense level here to get that to balance out with the rest to 87. We're going to go forward with strength to 90, and then just kind of get 90 from there respectively. I go, when I've been training, I go strength, attack, and defense. And I try to work on the others, say like, range and stuff, but it tends to be melee first for me. That's some crazy progress for 7 weeks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it kind of dawned on me, and I was like, wait. Some of these skills, I mean, smithing 79. Believe it or not, yeah, when I was, the first couple weeks, I was crafting a lot. Like a lot. I was crafting Jade Amulet Use. But I was doing that for, I mean, that was a grind. Like, that was a grind. I had to earn that. Crafting was earned, trust me. That was a lot of my beginning hours were crafting. I saw some money-making potential, and I kind of went for it, and I got burned out from that, and then I just moved on to other skills. My hunter was level 1 for the first month. I actually think, yeah, in the video, my video, like the one that I posted, I think it was a couple weeks ago, the one where I'm getting the Dragon Defender. You can see in the video, you can see my hunter level's level 1. But birdhouses have changed my perspective, because now I'm actually doing that on top of the farm runs. It's not going to be as fast of a rate, but just the fact that you can level up Hunter in a different way. When I played originally and Hunter came out, I remember when Hunter first dropped, and I looked forward to it because I was like, okay, this is a different skill. All right, you know. But some years later, they would add birdhouses, but that wasn't at that time. If it was at that time, I probably would have got 99. Anyways, I think we're about halfway done with this task. Maybe like 40%. But this is the. Well, let me just restock here. Let me just resort this for a second. I'll show you the gear. So this is what I've been running right now. So Kazaa, I don't know if I told you, I got to say on last stream, but I ended up getting the Rune gloves here over the adamant ones. I was running adamant gloves for a while, but then I finally was able to finish the Heroes quest, and then I started Legends quest. I saw how lengthy of a quest it was on the wiki, and I'm like, nah, I'll kind of wait. But I finished Heroes, and then I finished, there was another quest, I think. So I took care of those, and then I was able to get the side, like the recipe for Disaster, the freeing one of the characters. I was able to do that, and then I was able to get these Rune gloves. So, believe it or not, I actually got one more to my max hit. I think it's more it's only on when I use strength, though, because I think I'm still hitting 45s with attack and stuff. You should check out Hunter Rumors sometime too. Good way to keep things fresh. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. Hey, thanks for that suggestion. So yeah, this is the setup though right now, and this is currently what I'm using for training. I've got the Dragon Defender, as you can see, with the Grazi. If any of you have been following the price of the Grazi, it was like 30 mil for a while, and then I was even surprised because when I bought the Grazi, I paid 35 something for it, and then I thought, I'm like, oh man, I lost 5 mil, you know. But it's back up to like 34.6 or something like that, and I knew part of it was just a matter of when people were playing Dragon Wilds, you know, that was less players that were kind of on to buy and, I don't know, you know, participate in the economy, and there's a whole meta to that, I'm sure, and it doesn't have a spec and, you know, that. But for training, the Grazi is pretty nice in my opinion, because I mean, I'm kind of old school on the old school when it comes to training. I used to use the whip, like, to get to 80s and stuff back in the day. So having an upgraded weapon with the same attack speed to me is like a bonus, because I was so used to using the whip all the time. So I'll take the extra plus, you know. Yeah, it's more expensive, but for me, it gets the job done, and I like the fact that I'm getting over 100,000 XP an hour now with defense. Because defense, traditionally, when I was training on crabs, before really going into Slayer, I would get like 78,000 an hour. So getting over 100k to me is kind of a big deal. I can get 110k. It just depends on the task. It took me years for base 80 combat stats, but I focused mainly on quests for most of that time. Doing base 80 melee stats in 7 weeks is Hey, thanks, Cade. No, I respect that. That's I yeah, like, see, for me, like, when I was first starting out, I was trying to remember what I used to do, and like I said, I started out crafting, just trying to get some gold, just trying to get uh, some momentum, just get used to, like, even like flipping in the GE, just trying to, like, get back to playing how I used to. And combat, I remember, uh, I used to train with, like, the dragon longsword. This was another character a long time ago. I would train with the dragon longsword, and I think I don't know what my XP rate was. I can't remember. It was so long ago. But I just remember, even at that time, I was like, okay, well, yeah, this is all right. But it kind of felt like a grind to me, and it felt like I could get a faster rate. So I just tried different things, and then I saw that the scimitar. Well, once I completed Monkey Madness, which I still need to do that here, that really opened up the door for me, where I was getting really good strength XP relative to, the weapon. Right, the scimitar is still pretty solid. For training strength, there aren't really many alternatives other than the scimitar and the Grazi. The whip I usually view as like attack or defense, because I don't think too many players use lash when they use the whips. No, that I play I play a lot of hours though, Cade. Like, I mean, I play too much. So that's like the thing, is like, given that maybe I've got more time to work with in a day, I like hyper focus on certain stats and I just attack them. I just, you know what I mean? Probably too much. So in the case of crafting, I would go on an hour, like I would just have an hour block of time, and I would go, okay, well, now I'm gonna train crafting, and um, I would keep telling myself, oh, that'll be 1 hour, yeah. But then I would find a way to, oh yeah, well, let's make it 2 hours, because I was making 500K in an hour, and I'm like, okay, well, let's make it 2. Well, I got burned out, so yeah, I made money at that time, but it's been 82 for a good 6 weeks, 5 weeks now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I would say is the Slayer helmet and Piety, really using Piety with the Slayer helmet, and then just your overall equipment. That's what's kind of giving me a boosted rate here. Otherwise, if I hadn't discovered that, I'd probably be training on crabs, and my like, the gains wouldn't be quite as much. And plus, with the crabs, you deal with more competition. Well, when I'm on a task and I'm fighting like fire giants and stuff, you've got all these little areas where you could kind of pick a zone and just take them out, and there's really not competition. Like, even the player that's south of me, they're doing their thing. They've got a cannon, but they're not really affecting me. I mean, yeah, that cannonball is like curving around the cannonball's curving around the line of sight, hitting it. But I mean, other than that, one-off kind of stuff, we're still getting a pretty good XP rate. And I've just been determined, because I played a lot of RS3. I've been determined to kind of get back to where I was on that game. But what I like about Old School is that they're, well, it just seems like not having the squeal wheel, that's, to me, one of the best things. I'm so glad that that's not in the game. The squeal wheel. you can basically get any 99 you want to, and it just didn't really seem like it was really earned. So what I like coming back to this game is the fact it just feels like when you get, like, I've got 88 farming, it just feels like I've earned that, you know? Because, I mean, I've done a lot of farming runs. Yeah, no, it can take a while. Like, yeah, Cade, I don't know. I actually don't know how I'm gonna get to 99 fishing, for example. I just don't know. I'm not sure of a method, and I'm not really patient. And plus the fact that it might sound stupid, but when you're looking in the water and you see like the particle effect, that actually bugs me to where like I can't really look for long because I get like not motion sick. I don't know, but anyways, I don't feel well, so I don't even know how I'm gonna get to 99. So it's like, yeah, I've just kind of focused on combat because there's like certain skills I can't really train, and then like thieving is just kind of slower for me. So until I get better at it, I just kind of stick with what I'm better with. The combat. Yeah. But yeah, I do appreciate it, everyone. It's good to see all of you, and thanks for the support. Trying to make fighting 100 something of the same thing as entertaining as I can, you know? It's tricky sometimes with that, but trying to do what I can with that. But basically, my strategy going into this, like I was saying, is while I'm on a task, I just want to utilize the combination of Slayer Helmet and Piety the best I can. So, what else can I equip to get the max benefit for those? You know, the helmet and the prayer. Right. One thing to remember about Piety is you do get an increase to your defense by 25%. So it's kind of wasted when you're using Protect. So it would be cool to figure out a way to get your defense boost high enough where you could utilize that 25% more to its potential. You can save your prayer for later during the duration of your trip wherever you're fighting. I'd rather have it towards the end when I know that I've got more in reserve and I can just tab out and I don't have to worry about it. And that's one other thing about fighting here too, is I don't have a teleport tab because, I mean, I can just run to the next area. I'm not really worried about, you know what I mean, like a KO. Like, these enemies aren't really like the strongest. I mean, they're gonna get their hits in if you're not careful. No. Yeah, some of my skills though, like cooking and cooking, wood cutting, I've really just paused on those for a fair while because I've been working on combat and Slayer for a long time. So basically, what you see now is just like day X of, okay, well, this is a continuation of Slayer, but I'd really like to ultimately, if I can get to 85 and start fighting those abyssal demons, I know they can drop the whips. I mean, that would be pretty cool. But I think you got to start with, okay, well, we got 75, so now we can fight the gargoyles. I'd like to get that task a couple times to really see, like, okay, this is what to expect. This is what you can get per hour, you know, etc. That giant really got knocked back from that cannonball. That was like, whoa. Did you guys see that? That was like right here and it got blasted back to the wall. We are about 80% done with the task, if memory serves. I think it was like 150 something of those. Yeah, we're at like 80% done. Shouldn't be too long now, chat, and then we're going to get on to the next task. Hopefully gargoyles or blood velds, but we will see what we get. And then we'll continue for a little while here. Let's see. Yeah, we're at 2.5 hours for the stream. Actually went a little bit longer today than I did yesterday, because yesterday I was just a bit tired or whatever. Sent you 2 versions of... Oh, okay. Hey, thank you, bro. Yes. That's clutch, man. I appreciate it. I will use them. I'll look at them. But yeah, once I saw how much damage I was starting to do once I got the Slayer helmet, it just changed everything. I was just like, man, I don't even think I was using this in RS3. Or you know what I mean? Like I kind of put this off, and at least now over the past, 10 days or so since I've been training this way, I've been able to see like, hey, the impact of that. And definitely want to make sure I'm training combat when I'm on a Slayer task. Because you have Torva, you have the other helms, right, that are pretty cool. But this helm is best in slot for training, in my opinion. If you're on a Slayer task, I mean, it's just amazing. Like, even the accuracy. You're very, very, like, much more accurate, too. And that's a kind of a big deal, especially against those higher defense level enemies. The ones that, like steel dragons and stuff like that. If you get a task for steel dragons, but you're using your Slayer helmet, I mean, that, with piety, you'll see. If we get that task, I'll show you. I'm going toe to toe with them, and it's like, it's an actual, like, I'm in the fight, and it doesn't seem like it's overwhelming. It's, I'm right there. I'm still maybe a bit lower level to where I could really do well there consistently, like great XP and all that. But I mean, we're on the cusp, so it all kind of it's all important. It might seem like a grind to get the 400 points to get the helmet, but trust me, that's like the best 400 points you could spend on Slayer. Right here, you got to have like a mil GP. You got to combine the equipment. This helm has a value way more than 1 million in my mind. Like that's very generous of them. But yeah, like I was saying, I am looking forward to getting the Barrow's gloves, because we really haven't reached full potential yet, though, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. We still have potential yet for the cape slot, obviously, getting either the fire cape or, etc. Barrow's gloves here for the gloves. And then really, it could be argued I could be using like bandos right now, which is a fair point. I was thinking of saving up for Torva. That's why I haven't done it. because I'm just going to save up for... And the chest, I think it gives you +6 strength, right? I think that would be my play. I'm going to save up and save up and save up. But then that's going to make, we're going to have more of a max hit. But I think the first order of business would be, since that's so far away, I would just try to get the Borrow's Gloves in the meantime. If I can beat Jad, great. I don't know if I can. I'm not very good with prayer switching. I can try. On RS3, when I fought him, I got him to half health, and then he killed me. Because it was hard for me to discern when he was using his ranged and mage stance. I got him confused, and that he one-hit me. So that was years ago. I haven't tried since then. And usually I'm pretty persistent when it comes to things like that. Like, I don't like to give up on stuff, but that kind of was it for me. So maybe I'll revisit that, but that's kind of why I haven't got the strength, like a cape for strength yet. Because I don't want to get that far and just have that happen to me again. But because I do think there's a safe spot you can get him at, right? Like, I can't remember. I have to look at the wiki. I'm not going to give up on that. I think getting the gloves would be the play. That's what I'm trying to do, though. And in the meantime, trying to level up these skills, even just a little bit. Defense being priority right now, but then once we get defense, then, it'll be 87. Then we're going to try to get strength leveled up as well. And we've only got 6 more of these to go, which actually, this has been a pretty good run today. And it's too bad with 26 seconds left. I don't think we're going to take out 5 more. I don't want to use another potion use for 5 more, but it is what it is. Maybe we'll get lucky, and maybe there will be another task in here that is quick to do. So I'm going to kind of just go under the assumption that at least we'll have this. It'll be somewhat wasted, and but at the same time, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get a task that is relevant again in here. And that will take us, once we're done with this one, we'll be at a 93 streak. 7 more to go to 100. And we just got 1 more kill here, so we're just going to wrap this up. There we go. We did the test complete there, so that was Fire Giants. 159 of them. And we are ready to go back here to the Slayer Master. Alright, we gotta take on some trolls. Okay. Let me give me a quick minute here. I gotta get some water anyway. I'm gonna use up some of this food that I've got in the bank that's like curry and stuff here. Let me just take a second. So should be good on health now. And let me just think. So we're gonna fight trolls, which Let me just go. I'm gonna go to the GE. So we're gonna go to GE chat. Let me go to the GE. I did get some trade offers, so I just want to see what I got real quick. Oh, hey. Plenty of fires going on there. Okay. Alright. So, one item that I flip daily is steel dart tips. I buy the trade limit for like 10 under the GE usually. That's been pretty reliable for the daily, getting some gold daily. My brother was mentioning money making earlier, and I was going to do a video on that at some point. But let me just clear out some of this before I forget, and then we're going to continue on with our tasks. The next task is to take on some trolls. So we're going to be going to Great Core End, or wherever that is. So over the course of completing these tasks, we accumulated a fair amount of Ranars and blood runes and stuff like that. You're going to see that as you go through, probably in your experience. Maybe you'll get some rune stuff too. I just offload them real quick. You can high alch them as well if you want to. This was like 2 hours worth of battling, so I just sell that real quick, get the cash. We are going to be going on our way here. Like I said, the task is going to be fighting trolls, so let me think here. What am I going to need? The trolls are easy. We probably won't even need the full hour to take out what we need to do. The trolls, so I'm just gonna... I think we can actually tank them. I'm trying to remember. I think we can actually... Let me just test that out. And then, just in case we need to come back to the GE for some reason. Let me make that 2 teleports. I gotta do something real quick. I'm just gonna get my prayer back, and then we're gonna teleport. There's a couple ways you can fight the trolls if you want to. I'm gonna kind of go slightly a slower way, but I'll explain the why. Like basically, just for time's sake, like I go here in Lumbridge just to get my prayer back real quick. I tab back to Varrock because I know that I'm still kind of close to a fairy ring. I bring the extra tab with me so I could just do that real quick. And then we're going to just switch to the Draman staff real quick. And I have to remember to switch back because last time... Oh, why are my hits like really low? Oh yeah, because I had the Draman staff still. So just remember that. We're gonna go, and I gotta remember which one it is. I'll show you. So if you look in your travel log, if you've been there, it would be BLS, I believe. This is where I go. So it's the Kebos Lowlands. So yeah, BLS if you want to go there, if you haven't been there before. And then when you arrive, you want to go west. So just from the fairy ring, you want to go west. And they are actually, so you'll see like this arrow here, but just go, once you get to the fork, or like once you get to the end of the path here, you're going to want to go just north here, like northwest-ish, and then you can get to the trolls. They're right here. This is one area where you can fight some. I don't think we're going to even need Protect, honestly, because I remember fighting them last time. And a lot of players, I think they skip trolls, which I don't blame them. I like fighting the trolls just because you pretty much hit all of your hits on them because they're weak. Their defense is not really good. I like them for combat. You know, I don't think we're gonna get hit really, so I don't have to use Protect here. And we're getting 90 Slayer XP per kill, which, again, it's not the most, I know. But when you fight 100 of them, I think that's like 13,500, which we will almost get to a level by doing that. And so in my mind, I mean, because we're kind of close to 77, I'm like, okay, I guess I could do one of these kind of tasks. But typically this would be one you would probably skip, but I don't mind it because, again, I'm getting close to a level. No thank you. Now, if it was a genie, I would have been like, oh, yeah, please. I'll take an XP lamp. Where do I sign for the XP? How many XP lamps can you give me? I'd like one for Slayer, I'd like one for Agility, I'd like one for Thieving, you know? Yeah, I don't think we've gotten hit so far, which is nice. Even like 2 of them are attacking. So up to you if you want to fight the trolls. I need to get this loop half of the key, so we will just eat a shark to get that. You know what I mean? Because we're still up 12k or 11k, something like that. Oh, that's the first hit they got on me. Yeah, this is where I fight the trolls. There are other areas too. Offhand, this was one of the ones I thought of that was relatively good to get to. 100, yeah, it was like 100, well, like 151 or something. We are trolling the trolls. Yes. They've been up to it, no good, and you know, it's about that time. You know, it's I mean, they drop big bones each time. So I mean, I guess that's not a total loss. I mean, that's some, you know what I mean? Like, if you have lower prayer, I guess you could just get a couple levels or whatever if it's like in the 30s, 40s, whatever it is. But we're really past that, so it would be nice to, like, if they were noted. I mean, that would be probably, you know, overpowered. They kind of just, you know, I don't pick up big bones. If they were dragon bones, I would. You know what I mean? They're kind of in that in between. It was nice to get this key half though. So I mean, sometimes you'll get an occasional decent drop. I'm not fighting these for the drops. I'm just trying to keep building the streak here. We've got 7 more to go to we get to 100. I don't think we're going to do that in this stream, but we will probably get at least another 1 or 2 down here. So that's good. And then tomorrow we'll probably get to 100. But we'll see. I mean, if I get another cow fight task, that would be really clutch. Yeah, we are 116,000 away from 87. Beef. It's exciting, because then I can just switch to strength, and then we're really going to be moving here. We're making some progress here. You know? We've got 17,000 or so left on Slayer to 77. And then 52, just a bit over, but I mean 52,000 something for HP to 87. Basically, they will still get hits on you, but I mean, really, we've only been hit a couple times. We've been here for 8 minutes. Really not that bad. We've got plenty of food left, plenty of potions left. Pretty easy task. I mean, assuming combat's pretty decent, they will hit, but what I like about them too is they attack slow. Their attack speed's really slow. So if you're using a whip or something, you're gonna just get the advantage right off, just from the attacks, the advantage in speed. You can hit them a lot of times before they hit you and get that KO, where you just, like right here, like it didn't even get another chance to hit me. So that is also something too, where the few hits that it will get on you, you can tank most of them with your armor, and then because it's just slower to hit you, you can get that extra hit in quick at the end of the last strike, and then you can move on quickly to fight the next one. They're kind of a funny enemy to fight too. Sometimes they're a little stubborn, but that's I can't quite remember what my XP was at to start the day for defense. I think it was like, I think the remaining XP was like 385 or something like that. So 275,000 XP since we've been streaming. I mean, that seems about right. Yeah, that seems about reasonable. Yeah, sure. I've just been doing this and staying on task and just trying to get the best ones I can get. you know, block the ones that aren't really great. And then after a little while, their aggro will go away. But this is actually, this would be a, you know what, I should have brought my cannon. You know what? Okay. So chat, next time I'm gonna need to remember, this is a multi-combat area. I'm wondering if I set the cannon here. Yeah, that would be like this would be like another cow fight task, basically. Because they give you the same, yeah, cannon. They give you the same XP as a cow fight, right? The 90? Huh. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, you can cannon these, yeah. I wasn't initially thinking of it. You could. Okay, well that actually makes this task a lot better than I realized, because you're gonna train your ranged along with the Slayer. On top of melee as well. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I would think you would place the cannon like where I'm standing, or maybe a square. Actually, yeah, maybe. Any as long as you have line of sight on most of these trolls. Yeah, we would already be done with the task had I done that. Yeah, okay. Next time we'll do that. And that would be something else if we got Cal Fight and Troll back to back, because then that would just be back to back cannon tasks. We're actually about halfway done with this task now, which is cool. And then we will be on 94 in a row. 6 more to go to get to the 100, which we set out to do. We're under 100,000 XP left to go for defense. You know, you can see with the drops, they don't really give anything all that great. Although this Addy Warhammer, I guess, is alright. Oh, we got a Ranar seed. Nice. I don't mind that. I guess you could say they're similar to the what are they called? Not the Cyclops, but the Ogres, I think. Yeah, they're similar to their drops, what they give. And they attack with Crush, and it's the same attack speed as Ogres. But yeah, I could see this as being a good cannon area, though. We're gonna have to we'll try it next time. Because I did notice that it's multi-combat. May as well, because then it'd be just as fast as a Calfight task. And plus we would level up range at the same time. So we could possibly get 60 range, you know? Right. Yeah, anything to get through them faster, yeah. That's what I'm trying to showcase is like you can go the regular way with some of these tasks, but really honestly with multi-combat, definitely there are other methods like you can cannon. It's just going to be more expensive, but consider you will get range XP too, so there is a bit of an offset there as well. You will have to spend, but it's also you're going to be able to train an extra skill at the same time, which that could be worth the price of doing it. I don't think we're going to get a defense level from the task, but we are getting pretty close. We have less than an hour to go for 87 defense, which is cool. We've got probably an hour and 20 minutes yet on HP. And then Slayer is probably half an hour depending on what we're going to be fighting. Lots of potential here, for sure. It is a bit of a grind sometimes, but you can just take 1/2 hour, 1 hour at a time, just methodically build up that XP. Sooner or later, you're gonna get that progress, make that progress, and then you're gonna just notice a difference after just a little while. Even like I noticed, even just getting past 85, I'm like, okay, we're really starting to do something with combat here. Hey, we got another Ranar seed. What? And I like that you can stack the seeds too. That's kind of cool. So yeah, that's about 51k right here. So we've got about 76k in loot. I know that's not the most, but it's not terrible. Yeah, it's really 3 items that are really carrying. But I remember from fighting the ogres, I was getting a fair amount of Ranar seeds from them. Just like I was telling you with the aberrant specters, it seemed like I was getting a lot of Ranars. Like it seems like I'm getting, for what they are, a lot of Ranar seeds from trolls and ogres specifically. And I do, yeah, like I said, I do like the fact that they stack. I think it's 3 that I've seen. Pretty cool. We've got 36 more to go, which isn't too bad. We've done really well as far as inventory management goes. I mean, really, really well. I wasn't expecting too much of a problem with these enemies, to be honest, but this kind of confirmed that, you know, I was right with the sense that the last time I fought these, my defense was lower, my attack was lower, right? So yeah, it wasn't quite as fast. But this time around, it is a noticeable difference. So, yeah, we're making a task that's a bit slow and maybe not the best XP a bit more manageable. And then you just add the cannon to the mix, probably about 1,000 cannonballs like you would with cow fights, and you would be set. You know? You wouldn't get as much XP towards combat per se, like towards your melee, but that's fine. Like if you want to level up some range, you can, you know, I would do that. And then in my case, I probably would get level 60 by the time we were done with the task. Pretty sure I clicked on that shark to eat it, but it didn't register. I don't know if it was lag or I thought I clicked it. Weird. Got 25 more to go. So 80, yeah, it's like 80,000 XP left, which is, yeah, that's pretty good. Like 45 minutes or something like that. Left to go for defense, 87, and then we can get to strength probably tomorrow. We may or may not get Slayer 77 on the stream, but we're pretty close. It depends on what the next task is, honestly. Because I was going to call it here in a little while, but I do want to see what the next task is. Once we're done with taking out the 21, I want to see if we get gargoyles or something cool, you know. Or if we get wyverns or whatever we get. If we get wyverns, I'm going to cancel and roll for one more try. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. I'll have to see if I can finish Monkey Madness tomorrow. It's interesting, towards the very end here, we've been getting hit more. Yeah, just get it out of the way. No, I know. I'm just kind of psyched out because it's a longer quest and... Yeah, no, I know. How many times do I gotta run down that corridor with all those, you know, all those enemies? That's like crazy, like all that stuff going on, you know? No, I know statistically I'm overqualified. I just saw that the max hit of the boss you fight is like 32. I know we would still be fine, but... I don't want to, like, die with my stuff in that place, and I don't know if it's instanced to where you would lose your stuff. That's part of the hesitation. I shouldn't lose it with my combat level, I guess. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've done that quest. I don't really remember it. I mean, I remember doing it, but, I mean, obviously not with this. Yeah, Desert Treasure, that's another one, too. Yeah, for the Ancient Magic, right? Yeah, I need to see. I need to get enough quest points to fight the last battle for the recipe for disaster. I need to get to 175, so we need 16 more quest points from some of these. I'm gonna do Death Plateau. That's one I want to get out of the way because I want to do that one for the God Wars dungeon anyway. Because I want to be fighting bosses pretty soon. That would actually be a pretty good stream, I think, too. Yeah. True, very true. Hey, we did it. All right. So that was we completed that task. Again, like I was saying, you can use a cannon there. But I didn't think of that before I committed to going there, so all right, we are going to check one more task here one more time, and then we'll see what it is. And if it's a good one, then we will try that for a little while, and otherwise we'll probably call it here. But let me just bank everything real quick here. I'll sell this stuff on my own time. We're just banking it right now, so we'll be just real quick about that here. And then let's see. Travel and get our next task going here. All right. Oh, perfect. We got cow fights. So technically, that could have been back-to-back tasks where we would have been able to use the cannon. You know, like really using the cannon though. Okay, so let me. My last meat pizza, guys. We're gonna make it count. It's the last one. Courtesy of the Bloodvelds that I was slaying for hours. Okay, so cow fights. All right, and we will get ready to go here in just a second. I shouldn't need sharks, but just in case, we'll bring a couple. Right? I shouldn't need them. All right. Sorry, let me just need a second here. All right, we're good. So let's head on over. I'm going to go through Lumbridge to Alcarid. We're going to go to Shantae Pass, and then we're going to set up the cannon and take on some cow fights. All right. So this will be the last task. For this stream. We're gonna save some for tomorrow. Really, really solid progress today, though. what I get, I got a cow fight task, if that's what you're asking. I got my cannon ready to go. I'm just waiting. I just need like a little bit more run. Eh, deja vu. We were just in here a little bit ago. Oh, someone's already here, though. Ooh. Well, that's a interesting cannon. I don't think I've seen that before. What, oh, there are... Oh, there's workers up here, though. Yeah, there's workers. We've got the big ones here. I guess let's try it. But I don't know. You're gonna hit more zeros. That's the only downside. Because they've got better defense, you know. Maybe not. I will say, if you could take these out faster, they give you a lot more Slayer XP, though. It's basically double what you would get for one of the soldiers. And sometimes they get double hit with cannonballs too. Like you notice that? I think it's due to the size of the monster. So I don't know if it's using 2 cannonballs at one shot, or if it's one hit hitting him twice. I gotta look at it. Oh, it does look like it's using. Yeah. But that's interesting because in its line of sight, it's firing 2, though, at the same target. Boom, boom. Or is it one? I don't know. It looks like it's one hitting twice, guys. Are you seeing that? Wait. Hold on. Yo, hold on. We're at 30. So when we see a hit, I want to count. Okay. It's not doing it now. They might have to be standing in like a certain way. Let me try to influence where this one stands. Okay. Unless it's just lag, but it looks like they're getting hit an extra time with the same cannon. I don't know. Ooh, nice. Oh, we got back-to-back Rune medium helms. Nice. Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because it should be only one cannonball per hit, but the way the count goes when you see two hit the cow fight, it's almost like it's weird. I think it is right. It's a little lag. It's a little bit, I don't know. You would have to have one enemy and only load it with two and see, or you load it with one and you see what happens. That'd be what you would do. You have one enemy, like one of these, you load it with one cannonball and see if it gets two hits. Then that's how you know that it because I think it's because of the monster size, maybe. I don't know. I think it's just more like how it looks, maybe? I don't know. But if there's something to that, then yeah, you would want to train on these for sure. Because you get almost double the Slayer XP. And you just get a ton of range, too. I guess my prayer wasn't. Good thing I caught it. This is why I bring my food, because I missed it. Yeah, they could have killed me. I didn't even have my divine on. You know what? It looks like one cannonball is hitting it twice. You see it? Did you see it on the last one? When it was over here, this one was getting hit twice with one, it looked like. I think they've got to be in a certain spot and the game registers it twice or something. Yeah. Well, I think it's just because it's a larger enemy, it's registering it twice, or I don't know, something. But it's only in certain spaces, or I don't know. It's weird. We've got to get one back in that square again somehow. When this one spawns back, I'm gonna... We'll see. Because yeah, you just look at the count. And then subtract, but it's like, all right, let me try to move it. So I'm not hitting it. I'm not hitting it now. No, it's not in the right spot. It'll kind of do it on its own, though. That'd be really awesome if there was something to it. If you get like double the hits for like some of them. Hey, we got a Slayer level 77. It'll take me a year to get 78, but it's alright. Hey, you found it! Okay, so I was right. Yep, that's right. I knew there was something to it. Yeah. Okay, right there. Right there was a perfect example. It hit it twice. Yes. So, okay. My thinking is, I think these are better to fight than the soldiers because they've got a higher health pool, so that you can double hit them more frequently. Right? Like the potential's there. I'm not saying you would more, you know what I mean, but the potential. I actually think these are probably, yeah, these are pretty good to fight, actually. If I can get this one over here. Yeah, they're getting destroyed. And these are strong cow fights, too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, if you can handle taking these ones, I mean, I would fight these ones, because if you can get them, you see, like, if you can get them diagonal on the right corner, like, they take double hit, but they've got they got more health than the soldiers do. Like, these guardians have, what, double the health, basically? So you could double hit them twice as often, right? You have to get them in the right spot. How do we influence that? Trying to make them diagonal. It'll just happen on its own, I guess. I'm trying though. got my juke moves on, trying to get them to be diagonal and get double hit. Yeah, this is nice though. This is great for XP. We've got 51,000 defense left to go for 87. About 1,900 for range 60. Especially if they're like slower to get into like the position to attack you. They'll take that extra hit. There we go. There we go. And if I see that the cannon's double hitting one, that's the one I'm not attacking, because I want the cannon to get double hits on that one. You know, may as well. Let the cannon do actually double the, double time. Like, I'll focus on a single one, and if it's getting doubles, I don't know, it's not now. I'm gonna flag this one down. What are you doing over here? Let's go. Ooh, a lot. Ooh, a lot. That's kind of a bummer. They're kind of hiding. Hey, we got range. Hey, we got range 60. Finally, all my combat skills are at least in the 60 club now. Nice. Nice. All right. I respect. It's more respectable now. There we go. Thank you, sir. And this Calphite doesn't want to join the party. Come on, let's come down. Maybe I'll just have to get the kill here. Let's fight over here. Ooh, Rune chain body. Thank you. Hey, that was a hard-earned kill. So like, oh, we'll give you a good drop here. Kind of an adventure to get them back in position. So we've used almost 700 cannonballs. We got it was like 14,000 something XP so far. And that's for ranged. So we got Slayer 77, we got range 60. Defense is 45k left to go for 87, and then HP is 29k left to go for 87 as well. Oh, here we go. This one's getting double hit. Or maybe that's me. Maybe. Oh, no, it is getting double hit. Nice. Nice. Oh, that one, did that one get triple? Oh, that was me. That was me. I was hitting that one. Yeah, get double. It's getting double. Nice. Hey, I wonder if you stand here, this is the spot, right? If you stand in this specific square. Well. Because then, yeah, it's going to aggro to you, and it's going to be here. Yep. Okay. Alright, so right where I'm standing. Let me get my prayer back. So, yeah. If I'm standing right here, the Calphite that spawns here gets aggroed here. And then it gets double hit. Yeah, that's right. So this guarantees you one double hit every Calphite. If you're standing right here where I'm standing. And you can still access your cannon too. Yep, this is a guaranteed double hit right here. You see that? Nice. So that your training, it's just going to go that much faster if you can get one on 2 times speed. Because not only that, you're double hitting one, but you're also attacking it with melee. So that's really getting... I mean... Should be good again. Nice. Hey, I'm liking this. This is working out. Typically, a task like this would take well over an hour fighting these Calphites this way without a cannon. If you were to just manually attack them with melee the whole time, just because they've got higher defense. But if you couple it with a cannon, you actually have a chance to complete this task with fighting these faster, way faster. But you're going to get a ton more. You're going to get double the XP than you would from the soldiers. Basically double. It's not quite double. And it's cool too, because when you're standing here, it's gonna aggro. Well, I guess you gotta move sometimes. I wonder if chins are good down here against them. Oh, we'll have to try some chin chomps. Yeah, we'll have to try the good old chin chomps somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. We'll give that a spin here sometime. Yeah. I gotta pick up the cannon and set it back down because it was on DK. Good thing I saw that too. Good thing because I would have stole it. Well, I think if it decays, it despawns, right? So there would have been a 700k rip. 750k rip. Cannon decay, yeah. Well, they'll get you. We got 39 more to go. We should be able to complete this with enough cannonballs and prayer potions and stuff. I think we're good. They weren't. Some of them weren't getting hit by the cannon. I had to adjust. But now this one should get double hit. Yeah, every time it spawns, and actually no, I think they're. Hold on. Are we getting any double hits? I'm attacking this one, so we won't. No. This one, okay, this one's getting double. So yeah, if that one's gonna get double hit, then we're gonna leave it alone. Yeah, so I would just recommend don't pass fighting these guardians up. Honestly, I know there's only 5 of them, but I mean, if you can get your cannon in the right spot, they do give double the XP for Slayer than the soldiers do, and they can get double hit with the cannon, which, I mean, you're going to get more out of your cannonballs because the workers or the soldiers don't have as much HP. So these can take more double hits. Double on the double, right? Yeah, like that one got double hit, wiped out. And they collide into each other, so it's perfect because it'll just keep getting double hit. Double hit, double hit. So I'm actually going to leave that one alone while I moved up the switch. Yeah. That was unfortunate. I didn't mean to move up. See if I can get back to where I was. Let's see, I think I was right there. Alright, we'll see. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't think I had the cannon in the right spot before it decayed, or it was going to decay. It didn't decay. It was going. It was a minute away, and I didn't. I just picked it up. We're almost done with this task. We got 19 more to go. I'm gonna set it right here, maybe. And it's really long range hitting that one. I did all that work to lure it back, and it just keeps retreating, like backpedaling. It's like intimidated of the cannon, and it's like backpedaling. Like, oh no! Oh no! We got 11 more to go. So yeah, I mean, if you're fighting cow fights, you've got the combat level for it. I mean, you've got the stats for it. I would just fight these guardians with the cannon. You can double hit them, but they've got a higher health pool than the soldiers, so you can double hit them more often. I don't really see anyone here when I train, so maybe that'll be your experience too if you fight them this way. But they're nice to train on. You just throw protect from melee on, and you're pretty good. Because even if they hit you with the poison, just make sure you've got an anti-poison with you. I just bring the supers because it's infrequent when it happens. We got 5 more to go, so that's basically one more full rotation of Calphas. We're gonna give it all we got. Bombs away. Pew pew. Yep. Two more to go. Hey, we did it. All right. Let's get going. Okay. So that was a cow fight task, and we used up fighting the guardians. We fought 150 something guardians, which is kind of crazy. We took 33 minutes to do that. And that's actually kind of insane. So in 33 minutes, we got 26,690 Slayer XP. You could get 50,000 an hour doing that, by the way. You will need about 3,000 cannonballs if you were to do that for an hour. Which is what, like 700k spend, or I'm trying to think. I mean, you're training 4 skills at once, though, so pluses and minuses. We're just gonna wrap up here. Let me get one more task going. I just want to see what the next one is. We did pretty good today. We've completed, what, six tasks? And we got a Slayer level. We got a range level. Man, we got, before I streamed, I got 2 fishing levels. Swift, nobody cares about that. But, really, really close here to 87 defense, which is, you know, once we get this in just a little while, we're going to be training some strength. You do. Cool. All right, everybody. Well, I have been streaming for 4 hours here. This is going to wrap up today's episode for Slayer. This was a lot of fun. I thought this was a pretty good stream, numbers-wise. Anyways, thank you all so much, and that was fun, and hope there were some good takeaways from this one. If you're in that situation where you're fighting those cow fights and you have a cannon, you may as well go for the Guardians, and that's going to get you about 50,000 XP per Slayer per hour if you can sustain it. It's actually really, really not bad. Anyways, we'll catch everyone hopefully tomorrow for tomorrow's episode. We're probably going to continue on with Slayer, and we'll kind of go from there. And see you next time. Peace.